Well, good morning. Friday, and we're doing some relaxing painting. We'll see how relaxing it is for me. Hopefully it will be for you. But we do here 3 times a week is that either Nikki or I, and sometimes Alexis, will grab a model or some dungeon tiles and paint them. Previously, up until a couple of weeks ago, we were largely doing dungeon tiles, which are being printed on the thing behind us. The 3D printers, these are the kinds of things that they look like. Just to give you an example, we were painting all sorts of different kinds of dungeons, necromancer lairs, throne rooms, taverns, all sorts of things like that. This particular piece is a door frame, which is kind of cool because the doors go in here like that, actually on this side. And if you see these little holes, they actually, when they're hinged, will operate. But we've been doing that kind of thing for quite a while, and decided then to change things up a little bit, maybe make it more interesting. I don't know. On your end, I kind of like painting the dungeon tiles. You can get a lot done, and you see it start out the show and then see a dungeon at the end. It's kind of cool. But lately we've been painting figures, and mainly just animals. And these are the kinds of animals, most of them, that Zoria, one of the characters on our Sunday afternoon Dyson Dungeons, can turn into. So, for example, she can turn into an elk. She painted this a while ago. Did an amazing job. Or could turn into a wolf. I think she can turn into an alligator. We also have this little eagle guy, a golden eagle. Kind of cool. What else? Oh yeah, you always have to have a rat. So we painted a rat. And poison dart frog. So maybe someday she'll do that, and Nines will lick her. Yeah. And anyway, we'll see what happens. We'll see if the DM allows Nines to survive that or not. So we've been working on those kinds of things. Nikki just finished this amazing, gigantic dire crab. If you'd watched that a couple of episodes ago, you would have seen how she managed to get all of that amazing shading on there. I have been doing simple things, including a simpleton. I did a goblin jester. And on the last show, I made an effort to do an animal and painted this velociraptor thing. And I painted it with stripes. I think it turned out okay. It kind of looks raptory. So yeah, that's the last thing that happened. So you can see the 3D printers behind me. They're printing way more dungeon tiles. Oh yeah, this is the base for it. It will somehow or other be cemented onto it and look threatening either out or some other way. That's how that finished little diorama thing is going to end up looking. See, what else is new? Well, this is new. See, a long time ago, we bought these little plastic cups. They're very handy. Use them for washing water, clean out brushes and things. But we also use them to put in little drops of paint when we're painting colors, especially with the viejos that come out in a squeeze bottle, so you can't really dip into the bottle. Well, we ended up with like 100 of these things, and so just kept using them, but they're really kind of awkward for holding paint. And those of you who have been doing painting know that these work a whole lot better. So finally decided that, well, yes, they now have an inventory of about 80 little plastic cups that we will end up keeping in a drawer forever. And then someday, like 3 generations from now, they'll be tossed out. As one joke on the internet says, because they are hoarders. But I'll be using this instead. Put little drops of paint in the wells, and especially some of the metallics that we'll be using today. So as you can tell, I'm kind of procrastinating because the model I'm working on today is a MECHA RAPTOR. This is in D&D scale, absolutely humongous. A D&D figure goes up to about the top of the shoulder there. So this thing is probably like 8, almost 9 feet tall, probably 9 or 10 feet tall to the top of the little chimney thing here. And then I'm looking at 1 to 18 feet long, maybe. I mean, it's really a massive kind of figure. I don't know if it would ever show up in our campaign. And a little guy like this might. Little, but, you know, very large for a raptor, but, you know, a dire raptor or something. I don't know if this ever would, but it'll be kind of interesting to paint. It's all made out of metal, and we have metallics, brass, gold, copper, all sorts of aluminium, okay, not aluminum because it's made in Europe. Colors, got a little color chart here to work with. They range from really, really bright, this white aluminum, to very dark steel, and all the colors in between. This dull aluminum is kind of interesting. It has the look of a metallic, but it doesn't have the sheen, so I might use that in a few places. So what I'm going to do is just kind of play around. You know, there's like scales on the top and plates on the side, and then little connectors. See these little connector things here that hold it together. Rivets, plates, and what I can do, pipes. These pipes will be darker because that's where the fluids flow through. This will be black on the top because these are exhaust ports. This, I'm guessing, is like the canister for his fire breath. It's fire breath. I'm just going to say that's what it is anyway. Got little stripes and things. So what I might end up doing is just kind of playing around with the different colors of aluminium, the dark ones and the light ones, kind of juxtapose them a little bit on the different panels, and see if the contrast is enough to be able to tell what's going on. And then like this might be really sharp and shiny, but it might have a little blood stain on it or something. These will be darkened. You might even paint them like stripes with black or something. The pipes will be a dark color. Some of the highlights here, I mean, it might even be painted. It might, want to show off a little bit. So some of these little highlights, like the edges around here, might be like brass or even blue, kind of a dark blue color. I don't think I'm going to go with too much with reds. I'm thinking this is mainly going to be various and sundry kind of aluminum and steel panels with brass and copper bindings and so on. Let's see how it goes. And if it isn't going well, I'll just paint the base instead. The Mecha Dino has created a good deal of destruction, so we've got some busted bricks, dirt, broken concrete, whatever this is here, dirt underneath with concrete slabs. So, if worse comes to worse, I'll just paint these red with a black wash and gray with a black wash and rubble colors and things like that. Anyway, at the very end, left this footprint there. Will be there like that. Anyway, so basically what I need to do is just decide kind of like what color I'm going to start with, And I think what I'll start with are these here, side and bottom. Those will start with one color. These plates on the bottom, I might do differently. You can sort of see that there's a little bit of, it's different. Those are plated. Little plates holding it together on the bottom. I might do those like in a brass. And then there's these tiny little clips that hold things. Do those like in a darker black color, kind of a blackish color, just to highlight it. I don't know how this is going to turn out. I'll just start putting some colors on, or some base colors on. Maybe do a little shading later. Make these look kind of, spiky things. Make them look menacing. The teeth I'm going to probably paint like white aluminum, so that they're really bright, shiny. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Start with kind of the middle of the road color. Not too dark, not too light. It's duraluminium, which has a little bit of black pigment in it. And then the aluminium and white aluminium and chrome will be lighter, and the dark aluminium and the steel will be darker. And we'll see what kind of contrast we get. Got some little bendy bits here on the knees. That's almost like chainmail. I don't know. We'll just see. We'll see what happens. I want to see how much color I want to put on it. I'm not really sure about that. These metallics takes a little bit of paint to cover a very large area. They really spread nicely that way. The reasons I'm starting with this is that you have to get underneath these spikes, and I want to start with that, just to make sure that those get painted. So let's start putting shiny paint on the MECHA Raptor. Just using the bottle cap right now. You can see that one tiny dot of this paint. This covers a huge area. It's just kind of amazing. It's very, very thin. Sometimes it'll flow where you don't want it, but it also covers, just really nicely. It was designed for spray painting airplane models, primarily. And it does a pretty good job with that. It's on camera mainly. I keep getting off camera. I'm not painting the top scales. I will paint those later, and no doubt the paint will come down and I'll have to touch up with this again. Again, just getting some sort of base coat on here with kind of a middle of the road tone. Not too silvery, not too dark, so that I can use some of the other colors and see how well they contrast with it. And again, there's a lot of little detail on here. There's clamps along the side that those will get painted a different color. Little rivets that need to be emphasized. Dries pretty quickly too, which is nice, which means that I can start painting next to it and over it without having to wait too terribly long. Painting along that edge there, that'll be an interesting trick too when it comes to it. Yes, I will do a flip. Hi. Oh yeah, I remembered to look up at the chat board. Yay, memory. I will do a flip as soon as I get this base coat on these chest and tail panels of the MECHA RAPTOR. I really like these metallics. They look really good when they go on, and they're really easy to use. At some point near the end of this, I'm going to have to make a decision. Maybe I'll get some advice about whether I want this guy to just be like really shiny. There's something to be said for just keeping it really shiny. Or whether I want to tone down a lot of this with like black and umber washes to make it look like sooty, dusty, and rusty or not. I mean, since he just rampaged through a city, did all sorts of destruction, I'm guessing, see all that destruction, I'm guessing that it will be, you know, smoky and sooty and dusty and rusty. Sounds like a boy band, doesn't it? Smoky and sooty and dusty and rusty. Brought to you by whatever. Okay, so let me close it up a second. Wash this off. Use this piece of paper towel that I just reached over and knocked something over with. And then find something to flip. You know, see how shiny it is? Isn't it? Those metallics are just really cool. So I think what I'm going to do next, since I'm not really sure what I'm going to do with the rest of this, is that I'm going to paint the scales on the top with a darker color. I think. Yeah, I'm going to do those first because, you know, I might have to come back and retouch all of this. Then I'm going to paint the rivets and the clamps here. Let me just, you know, I'm not really sure how much I want those to stand out. I might try to do those in steel, which is just a darker color. A darker metallic. Do the rivets and the clamps. These things on the bottom, these are separate plates. I might do those next because they're going to take a lot of detail work. The demarcation lines aren't very strong. What I do know is that after I paint the scales on the top and these little clamps that hold the plates together and the plates on the bottom, regardless of what color I use, I will need to do touching up with the duraluminum, because I'm going to get, you know, some of these are just going to spread around, and I might have to go back and forth a couple of times. Sure, you know, I'm not sure I really want the top to be like stand out bright, like brass or gold or something. I'd like it to be, you know, I'm going to try the dark aluminium, and see. Just paint a couple of them down here and see if there's enough contrast. Between that color and the other color. If there isn't, then I'll either paint it again even yet darker with like steel. And I'm thinking I'm going to make all these things I'm going to make them copper. I think that's going to look really good against the copper. And the little plates on the bottom, I'm going to paint with the white aluminum, and we'll see if there's enough contrast with that. Because, you know, even though it's mechanical, it might be lighter on the bottom than on the top, right? Flip. Okay, I'm going to flip the this big piece of rubble. Heads, tails. Yes, there is a blue eyes white dragon. That's actually a really good point. It does have eyes. if anything stays in focus. There's these eyes here. And I could paint those aquamarine. And the little rim, there's an insert, and then there's this little rim around it that I could do in black. So thank you. Thank you for Who128. Oh, and you're welcome for the flips. But yeah, I think it could be blue-eyed. That's a really good idea. Okay, well, I'm going to try the dark aluminium on the top. Use a teenier brush, a little bitty brush, because what I need to do is get down on the sides of the scales, because they raise up, and when you look at it, even though from the top you really can't see it, you can tell that it needs to be there. So I'm just going to paint a few of these, see if the color contrast is good enough. I've used this before. Well, I'm going to really mix it up. There's just black pigment mixed in with the metallic. And if it isn't shaken up really well, especially true of the steel where it's very dark, if it isn't mixed up really well, it'll get kind of streaky and uneven in color. So you get to shaking here. Okay, let's see how this works. Again, hardly need any of it, so just take it out of the tip of the bottle here and paint some scales down near the end here. I'm going to do a whole lot of them, and I'm not even going to try to do the, yeah, I will. Try to do the little detail underneath, because I want to see if you can see it. You can see the difference in color. And in the bottle, it looks darker. You never know if the color contrast is going to be enough or not. I think up to about here, and that should be enough to be able to tell what's going on. You can always put a teeny bit of black wash on it. I probably will wash a lot of this later. Using the teeny brush on the top isn't very effective. This is really kind of interesting. It's got, let's let this dry. I'm going to see how it looks when it dries. There's a real contrast in the sheen in the color. And it's really, yeah, you can't see it, and it's really bright on the camera, but there's kind of a contrast there, and it's not really huge, but it's pretty clear that, and especially because the texture is a little different, that this is different. It's very clear that this is different metal than that. Try just a little bit to make sure that that's actually the effect I'm getting. This is, you know, pretty white. It's a nice color, but difference in the amount of color in the metal or the lighting or whatever, but there's a subtle difference that says the top plates, the armor plates, are different material than the underside. So I think I'm going to go with that. Okay, it's holding up pretty well. So I'll just need to, I'm going to use a teeny brush to paint the bottoms of these scales. And I'll use a bigger brush to paint the tops because this took forever. Get in there and that kind of thing. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead with this. There's going to be also, this is not going to be like just a court jester where there's a lot of contrasting and out of place colors. These are pieces of metal that have been put together carefully by metalsmiths. Got these different colors, so I'm going to go ahead and use them. So yeah, I'm going to do the top with this dark aluminum. I'm going to do these plates on the bottom with the white aluminum because it's always lighter underneath. And I'm going to use copper because I think that'll look pretty neat, or the clamps along the sides. And then I will pull out the duraluminum again and do the inevitable massive touch-up from this little dots of paint that I get. The other thing I found is, you know, the more I talk about it and point at things, the less painting I actually have to do. So maybe the time will run out. And when I'm gone on Monday, somebody else will have to finish this, and that's it. I don't have confidence too much in some of the artistic ability. That's why I picked this, actually. It's not as artistic and organic like this crab. You know, that in order to make it look natural, just took like 5 different colors and a massive amount of shading. These are just, you know, pieces of metal. So there. How can you know, what can you do to mess that up, right? Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm painting the bottoms using the small brush to paint the bottoms of the upper scales where they come in contact with the sides, the side plates. This is turning out to be pretty tedious with this little brush. I'm going to try a slightly larger brush. Let's see if it's just not holding enough paint. The brush isn't holding enough paint and letting it on the surface to cover it. Here, I don't really want to use the brush I'm going to use to do the top because I know that will just get everywhere. Do the other side.
taking great care to carefully paint the parts of the model that no one will ever see. Ooh, that was bad. Okay, I told you that this paint was kind of liquid. Well, it is. That just like big, like bubble of it. No paint getting on the brush, and then all of a sudden all the paint got on the brush. We'll do that touch up after I inevitably have to do a lot of touch up after I put the copper strapping. Not really sure what color to paint these guys at the end. I am going to paint them the same color, this dark aluminum color, and if that doesn't look good, I'll paint over them with something else. There's actually kind of bands on there. There's 3 bits, and I might just do those. I can eventually just do those in like three different metallic colors. Paint definitely this middle one. And I'm thinking that the first one, I might paint the copper. End of the tail. Maybe the very end of the tail will be like kind of a bluish gray or something. Or steel. Get the steel out, I'll paint it dark. But this first one will be like a connector piece, and I'm going to do that in the copper. Okay, the teeny brush, use this one later to play around with the copper. I'm going to get the bigger brush out now and paint the tops of these. See, that goes a whole lot more quickly with a bitty brush. Occasionally. Look at the model from all sorts of different angles before putting the paint away, because what I'm noticing here is that I didn't get, it's kind of a collar around there, but the pure aluminum, the thing I used on the side, I didn't get in there. So I'm going to have to, before I start messing around with highlight colors, I'm going to make sure I paint that. Okay. So now that it's done, you can see there's a decent color contrast, and certainly textural kind of sheen contrast between the under part and the top part. I really kind of like this color. It's the second darkest color. The steel is very dark. This is good for that. There's just all sorts of plates all over the place and gears and stuff that'll be interesting to paint different, try to differentiate them. But at least, doing this part, which is a fairly large part of the model, gives me a chance to experiment with some of the different metallics that I've got before I start getting into the really fine detail. I think what I'll end up doing next, okay, I'm gonna have to get rid of that. That is not a tooth in the middle of its mouth. That is a little mold mark. I'll have to pull that out. I think what I'm gonna do next is the inside of the mouth. And the inside of the mouth is going to be quite dark. I'm gonna paint this thing steel. I'm going to paint those a black color, actually, not a metallic. The roof and the foot of the mouth. These teeth will be like white aluminum or maybe even chrome. And this thing will be steel, and because it shoots out, I'm going to use a black wash later and make it look like it's, been used to shoot flames. This away. And as I mentioned, I need to do some touch up with the duraluminum color around here and here. I'm going to do that right away so that dries before I start doing the other stuff, even though I know I'll have to come back and touch up, probably many times. Do touch up many times. Here, it's the bending part. Done. I'm going to get out the white aluminum now because, creatures are always darker on top than on the bottom. And these little plates, there's these little plates along the bottom. They're kind of rectangular. You got a rivet in the middle of each one. I'm going to paint the white aluminum, which is the lightest of the colors that we've got. And see what kind of contrast there is for that. You can tell this hasn't been used. A little metallic ball that keeps the pigment stirred up. It's actually stuck. Well, see, this is good. Right here on the tail, that bit there, you can see the color contrast. And that worked out really quite well. So yeah, this first one here, just the underside, I'm going to paint copper to match these things. It's like a connector. And then the very tip of it, I will paint a steel color. Or maybe I'll make it really shiny. Make the tip of it, I'll paint, I'm going to use the chrome. See how nice and shiny that looks. So here's my foray into more detail painting before I get even more detailed. So I'm going to use this hopefully cooperative little brush. Dip into the bubbles of white aluminum paint and start painting these plates down here. basically that, if you look at it, you can see that it is actually a much lighter color. Yep. Sure. So much easier to say duraluminum, but then when you put the British, European pronunciation, duraluminum, it doesn't work as well. I think this is, these just slightly different, very slight different variations in color. These are all basically the same metal. What would look?
Hey.
Hello.
Just going in to get a picture.
Mm-hmm.
Raptor's looking good.
Yeah, I'm playing around with this is the first time we've really done the metallics against each other.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see you have a different silver on top and bottom.
Yeah, this is the dark aluminium, which is against the duraluminum. And then this is the white aluminium on the bottom.
You have to keep track of all that.
Yeah. And I just wanted to see if the color contrasts are sufficient, and I think they are. They actually look kind of good next to each other.
Cool.
And I'm going to do all of these clamps in copper, because I think that would look pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
Here and here.
Some contrasting.
Mm-hmm. And do this first one here in copper.
Uh-huh.
And at the very end, I'm going to make that chrome, so it's really shiny.
Cool. Looks like it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm doing the easy part. And after I do those clamps and do all the touching up, I'm going to start doing its face.
Have fun.
Mm-hmm. Well, it shows up on camera, but that really is quite a different color, and yeah, you can see that. It's a little shinier, it's a little whiter. So there's a real subtle differences in metallic color on the tail and the neck. But for experimenting with these different metallics, I haven't really used a lot of these except as like accent colors on armor and things. And it's kind of interesting to see how that works. It's doing okay. Do now. Make sure this is quite clean. Is these little clamps that hold the pieces together, the plates that you can see, are going to be a copper color. And we have two coppers, but this one, the AK copper, it's just more metallic than the other one. The other one is just sort of a copper color paint, but this one has a nice kind of metallic sheen, and I want that to be that way. There's these rivets on the bottom. Hold that plate on, and I think these rivets up here I would make the copper color as well, so there'd be this like copper colored stripe side of the model, which will be kind of cool, I think. On the bottom, I might just do those. I'm not sure. I don't want copper down there. because I want it to stay lighter. I'm not sure if I'll paint them at all, but well, let me get these clamps first. They're going to be kind of a challenge. I need to get the little rivet heads and make them look kind of uniform. See how this paint behaves. We use our palette. Oop, that's like 10 times more paint than I need. These drops. We'll see. Hopefully they won't like dry up before I finish using them. So, yeah, I have to try to figure out how to hold this, stay on camera, and not be too shaky all at the same time. Get down, these are raised up pretty high on the model. I want to get kind of down close to the base, but I don't want to get all over because touching up would mean basically just, you know, there's no way to get the aluminum paint in there without making a mess. So I would just have to end up going back and forth until I finally get it right. You can see that's kind of a nice color, and the metallic, the three different aluminum colors, the differences are really subtle. This will give a, you can see already how that's showing a nice stripe on it. Maybe it'll be a stripe along the side. That'll look actually pretty cool, without looking like it's just an engineering dumbness, like it's something you might actually use. You might use something like copper, because even though it might not be really strong, you want it to be flexible. Not just purely decorative. There might be some decorative bits on this thing because it is going to be fierce, like the spikes and things you might want to make look fierce. So if they don't really have a functional role, it doesn't really look like. But keeping the brush flat against it so it doesn't spread the paint too much. And I said I was going to paint this first one copper. There. That looks, actually that looks pretty good. I like those straps. I haven't painted the rivets yet, because I'm really not sure how I want those to be. I might paint those like a dark color rather than the copper, but I'm going to paint these things first and then make a decision. I might just paint like one or two of them and just see. Oh, that's nice. Let's put that way up inside the neck there. Get the paint up to the top of those. I don't want to be messing too much with painting the tops of them, because that's where a tiny little brush slip will end up putting copper all over where you don't want it. Paint the bottoms of these just by turning it over and pushing the paint up to the edge of the strap. When I was painting from the bottom toward the top, you don't really get the paint down. You're kind of pushing the paint up, but it's not coming down to the bottom all the way. Okay, so there. That's one side. Turned out to look okay. So I'm going to flip it over and attempt to do more or less the same on this side without making a mess. Okay, that one. Definitely going to get copper paint on the spike, because can't reach it otherwise. Kind of flowed. I don't know if that looks okay or not. Looks like that kind of flowed off the edges there. I might come back and touch that up a little bit, because I have to touch up with the aluminium paint later anyway. Stir in, but you have to get it from the other direction. So I'm just going to kind of paint, because of the claw there, I'm just going to paint the tops of these and then turn it over and paint from the other direction to get that. Yeah, second. Flip it over and then get the bottoms of these clamps. I couldn't reach those from the other direction. This is you know, pretty easy. But because I was coming across the claw, I couldn't get to him. Okay, so that's how it looks on this side. Again, the paint just ran a little bit here. That'll be easy enough to touch up. So those rivets obviously need some color, and I think I'm gonna try to do it with this. The problem is that, you know, they're kind of raised up, and each one is very uniform, but you can end up. You want all the dots to end up looking the same color, same size at the end. And you just catch the tops of them without slopping over on anything else. Just a little bit of color, just the tiniest little bit, will highlight them. There, without painting everything around it. So the whole top of the whole little nubbin doesn't need to be painted. It's just this is an impressionistic thing, giving the impression that they are the same color. Yeah, I mean that works. So I'll paint the rest of these. Didn't forget that one up in the front, of waiting until there's less paint on the brush, because that one's pretty hard to reach, and I don't know exactly where the paint's going to go when I hit it. I think that did okay. You know, there's a few spots where I'm probably going to come back and mostly they're all aluminum color. Do some touching up here and there. I'm going to go around now and make sure that the copper is where it needs to be, like here, just. It's kind of an ill-defined spot, but it looks okay from the side. That one needs a little bit more. So I'm just going to look to see where I need to put more copper paint. Again. got one side but not the other. And I don't want to slap around, but I also want to make sure that, you know, it looks good. And then check the other side. Like the tops of these copper straps, you know, it looks like they go up higher than the paint does, so we'll put a little bit more on them. Just so when you're looking at it from the top, it looks like, you know, it goes all the way around the strap. Again, I don't want to go too far because I don't want to try to get a brush in between there, but to look like it's unpainted from the top. So just that little dabs, those help. This side actually came out pretty well. And I'm not seeing too many spots that need to be touched up, which is good. Okay, so there's that. And painting those little nail heads, those rivet heads, I think was a good idea. I need to touch up a little bit around there. Not too terribly much touch up to do. The white aluminum on the bottom, I mean, you can kind of see it when you look at it in contrast there. I'm tempted to, you know, since these rivets up here were done in the copper, I'm tempted to do these as well, but I just think it would look dumb on the bottom, so I'm just going to leave that. And here, get this edge that comes down to the aluminum. This guy, you're looking at it from the top. I mean, that's not much, but it really helps point out that that entire plate is made out of the copper material and not just the top of it. Okay, so there's that. Ended up with, you know, way, like I said, that one dot was way too much and then it just dribbled out. So fortunately, it's not wasting a whole lot or anything. The brush. So there. That's how that is looking. I'm going to take chrome and make the tip of this tail really bright and shiny, just to do it. And then I'm going to start painting the face. Do the inside of the mouth, the teeth, the fire orifice there, the spikes. The face might actually be, you know, kind of decorative. Blue with like a kind of a black rim. I might do these in the darker steel color so that it contrasts. Do this in a so I might get out the dark aluminum and do those little bits of touch-up that I need to do. So don't forget about them. Tiny, tiny little touches here and there. Itsy bitsy ones. Yeah, let me get out no, this is the small brush, okay. Spot here. These tiny, tiny little bits where the color just ran over, the copper just ran over. Like there's a little lump there. A little flowing metal. Okay, so there's that, and then this side there was around this rivet here. Hold this here, so pretty decent. A little bit. Okay, so I think we got that. And again, you know, I'd really like to do something with the rivets on the bottom, but it would just look wrong. So there. I think painting those that copper color, there's the plates on the top. Painting those that copper color, you know, it says, yeah, copper's flexible, that's what you need, those kind of plates, but it's also kind of looks kind of decent along the side of the model. Get our, just to do it, I could end up painting it different, but I want to see how it looks. Let's get out the one that's supposed to be like the shiniest of them all, chrome. You just paint the tip of the tail. And doing that, holy cow, how did I look at that? I missed that a little bit. Okay, I'm going to paint this first and then come back with the dark aluminum and touch up that bit there. I just want to see how it looks. I don't know how it will work. So we'll put some of this on the tip of the tail here, and you know, if it works, it does it, and if it doesn't, that will be a fairly easy place to repaint. Foamy it really is. It looks good. Can use it for highlight color in other places on the model as well. But you really want something kind of bright and shiny. You know, so something like that, where you might say, oh, well, let's make that darker. You might just make that really bright. I got some over the edge there, but that'll be easy enough to touch up a little bit later with, because I'll bring out the dark aluminum a little bit later to paint some other parts of the model. So this, I mean, it's a light color, but I expected it to be a lot shinier, you know, since it says it's chrome. And we'll see what it looks like when it dries. No, I guess it is kind of shiny. It's not as shiny as the duraluminum, though. That's really nice and bright. But it might be kind of a decent accent color, like around the edges there, where you want it to be, you know, where you would think it might be darker, but the light might look pretty good. Okay, I'm going to start working on the head just to do it. But the first thing I need to do is get rid of this thing that looks like a tooth growing out of the middle of its tongue. It's just a little strand from the molding process. Okay, so I'm going to paint the inside of the mouth here on the top and the bottom, actually a dark gray color. And then this thing, I'm going to be painting steel and be using a black wash on it later to make it look like, you know, because it's fused flames, it's going to be smoked. I want it to look smoked, not in a uniform way, but just kind of, you know, residue, basically. But the inside of the mouth, I think will do that. With dark gray, just like kind of a contrast with everything else that'll be done. And the teeth I'm going to make shiny, so I'll either use that chrome color, or more likely I'm going to use this white aluminum. I think that looks pretty good. That'll be good shiny teeth. And then I'm going to paint this steel, and then this will be a lighter color. Steel jaws, you know. And the spikes I'm actually going to make a color. I'm not sure what yet. We have this kind of really dark blue kind of color. It's called medium blue when it dries. I think it would look pretty nice. But let's do the inside of the mouth first. And do the flame shooter. And I'm going to do, see with the teeth. To be accurate with the teeth, you need to paint the inside the steel color. So the teeth are going to be painted after I do this bit. I'm going to kind of work from the inside out. I'm going to paint the inside of the eye. I'm going to paint the edge around it. Then I'm going to paint the insert. And then I'm going to paint the steel. This here, I think I'm going to make it quite dark on the inside and then paint like a brass ring around it. Thought about doing the inside brass, but I think just the brass ring and then darker color on the inside. Thing on the top, that looks like purely decorative. That doesn't seem to be serving any real purpose. So I might do the same sort of thing. It's just kind of painted a brighter ring with a darker center. And then I'm going to paint these big spikes and the little spikes dark blue. The spikes have little. I'm going to be going through all the trouble of painting them. And this will get rid of the little mold bits so it doesn't look all scabby. And then this one here, weird. Here it is. Okay, well, that's the way it wants to be. So, let's start with the inside of the mouth. I'm going to paint the inside the dark. I'm going to paint this steel. And if I happen to get just looking at how I'm going to get paint in there, I'm going to paint the steel part first. And then paint the dark up to it on the top and the bottom because I can get the small brush in there. And then I need to paint the inside and the outside of these jaws. You'll see that the steel is a really pretty decent color, but I'm going to wait to do that until I get the eye areas done. I'm going to pull this steel out. You don't need a lot of it, but this brush, because I'm going to be painting around it again. So if I get paint up on the surface of even on the teeth and things, it's not going to matter. You can see how dark that is? Yeah. So I'm going to use it sparingly on things because it's really quite dark. And it's okay for this part because, dark. Otherwise, since it's it's a really nice color, but it's really quite contrasty. I might use it, pretty sparingly as highlights on different parts of things. I like the shinier ones better. But like on the smokestacks, up here, maybe some of the piping. We'll see when we get to this. Like this plate here, if this whole plate was steel, and then I did the white aluminum maybe, or even the chrome as the edging, that might look pretty good. Okay, but that's this flamethrower. Dark charcoal gray. for the inside of the mouth. Basically, it's just kind of like a contrast color. The inside of the mouth to just look not even necessarily that metallic. You just want it to look dark against the jaw and the teeth. Basically, you want the inside of the mouth to look like it's shadowed, and that does it. So we'll do that. Ooh. Good color for Dragon Eye. Blue eyes. Need some. It was kind of. I don't need a drop even. I just need like a tiny little bit of it. These eyes seem pretty saturated. I'm going to paint all around the little rim thing. Even though I probably paint that a contrasting color. You know, I kind of like filling it in. The rim around it, but painting that yet another color I think would be really distracting. So I'm actually going to paint that whole thing and then paint up to it. Change my mind about how that's going to end up looking. So, got blue eyes. So what I was thinking of doing was using the steel, which is this dark color for the flamethrower here, for most of the face. This whole area around here, the jaw down here, this will be that darker aluminum color, with steel up on top. This would be a different color, maybe brass, just to see how it looks. This color here, I'm actually going to do that in the white aluminum. I want it to highlight the eyes. I need to kind of decide what order I want to do this in. I need to do the steel part, the jaw part, before I do the teeth, because I have to get it on the inside. There's a little ridge line on the jaw beneath the teeth, and then the teeth go up to it. I think that, that this dark aluminum is a good color, but okay, I'll do it in steel, and if it just doesn't work out, we'll paint over it. Well, yeah, because I want the contrast here to be pretty strong and under here. And if I do the dark aluminum, this color, it'll carry forward. It'll be kind of continuous with that, which would be okay, but I won't get the really bright contrast. And then I will with the white aluminum here. I like that color. Yeah, okay, I changed my mind. I'm going to do that. Look at the dark aluminum. First, I'm going to do the little roundy bits here, because I like to paint up to a color rather than down onto. And this is the one that's out there, and then I can paint up to it on the different sides. I have to decide what color to paint the center. I might actually paint that black. See this? I haven't used this color yet. Well, a little bit on here, and I'm painting this rondelle thing. Basically, it's jaw hinge, and I want to make sure I get down all around the outside of it. Then I can paint up to it with the dark aluminum later. painting down onto a color, even though I'm doing a really fine job here right now, is not always the easiest thing to do. Covered, so that you can see it all the way around. Okay, and it's got this little thing on the top here, and it's purely decorative, and it's not one of the horns. I'm going to actually paint the outside of it grass color, and the inside of it gold, which isn't going to contrast a lot, but it'll be like some of the others where the metallic color one against the other is kind of a subtle difference, and you know, it might look pretty good. Horn. Hard to tell sometimes where one thing starts and the other leaves off right up here, but the inside of it gold, and I think there will be just enough contrast that it will actually look pretty nice. The inside of the rim this color. Okay. Now I need to decide what color to paint. Color to paint the inside of this. And I actually think that I will use, since I'm using the dark aluminum, I'm taking this color from this and carrying it around the face as the main color that I will use to really high contrast. And use a steel in the center of that. Well, yeah. See how it looks. Again, if it doesn't look good, we can always just redo the whole thing. I think that's a good contrast. You're not going to see too much of this steel color anyway, except, you know, like the flamethrower on the inside of the mouth and exhaust ports and stuff like that. Some strapping maybe. So just a little bit here and there. Be a good thing. There's not that much brass, and so the brass doesn't look too shiny bright. Let's see. We're going to might as well just do the little gilding here. Polished gold. Just on the inside of this thing. Again, there isn't going to be that much contrast with the brass. Hopefully just enough so you can see that one is much shinier than the other. See, what I did was I rubbed some of the brass into here. And slightly alive. That's its decoration there. Okay. So I said I was going to use the dark aluminium. That's the color up here for its head. And I'm going to start with the inside of the mouth because that's just the nastiest thing. And then I can work my way around. And then we'll come back and we'll paint the teeth a little bit later. Get just inside here. Okay, if I get some on the teeth, because those will be painted. especially on the bottom. There's, see that line there? Yeah, that's the inside of the jaw. It isn't so much on the top, but it's definitely that way on the bottom. And that will just help, you know, define the mechanical nature of the biting apparatus of this thing. Get in between the teeth, as those come out of the metallic part of the Okay, yeah, now I'm swapping it over, so I'm gonna have to get the black paint out again. I'm gonna reach in here and do some touching up. You know, you never know which order of painting is going to work out, and sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't, and this time it's kind of not, but you know, I can get in there. It's not an impossibility. And then here I want to get in between the teeth here. I'm going to just continue with the painting of this bit of the jaw. It's going to go down to here. Paint over the demarcation line a little bit. That's going to be the lighter color there, because they're lighter on the bottom than on the top. To the paint goes down, so that when I paint up to it, yeah, where it's just primer. Okay, so this, yeah. Painting in between to where the spikes will be, up to, but not over. This nice little brass ring. Just on the paint inside of that will be a lighter color. All right, I'm trying to get all this done without having to do too much repainting later. I need to get inside the rim here. I'll paint the inside of that a little bit later, but I want that to be that color, especially on the bottom here where you'll be able to see it when you look at it from the top. Bit, but not in the eye. No doubt have to do some touch-up on this again once I paint the inside of it, depending on how successfully, carefully I am. Get the nose. There is your teeth in the front. That's just part of the armor. Back of that. Painting over the spikes, those will be painted that dark blue color in a little while. Bits here and here I didn't see before. They're like little straps, and I think we need to paint those that brass color. I said it, until I painted them just now, it wasn't really clear. Same thing on this side. My color does not come down there. Then, paint. So I'll have to pull that color out again and do some touching up on the edges. But, a little bit of back and forth until that gets the way it needs to be. I need to touch up with the little brass. I think that brass might still be alive, so I'll give that. I'll pull out the aquamarine again. Maybe I'll do that touch up after I do the insert. Okay, I think that color actually looks pretty good. And I'm just going to go around it to make sure that I haven't missed some obvious spots. Some not obvious spots, or just some spots altogether. Yeah, the eyes need to be touched up, but like I said, I have to paint the inside of this first. Do next is do that little brass touch up before I forget about it. And then I'm going to do an easy part. I'm going to do the lower jaw. The lower jaw will be a continuation of what have we got? haven't I used yet. Aluminium and dull aluminium. Oh, yeah, I'm going to use the dull on here. This is going to be a part that is not going to be very shiny. Underneath the chin here, it's kind of a weird piece of metal anyway, and it'll contrast nicely, I think. Although they have the same sort of color, it won't have the shininess of the rest of that. But let me, well, there's still a little brass paint here. There's these little straps here. Here to be primarily decked. That's not working right. Need to get a little touch more. Put it right up in the tin there. But there's these little straps here that go to that kind of medallion. Obvious until I painted over them with dark aluminum color. I thought actually that they were part of the horns when I first saw them, but that wasn't the case. Okay, so there's that. Yeah, use the dull aluminum under there. You know, just again, just to see how these different textures and colors work. It's a good place to try it. So it's almost, but not quite, like just gray paint. There is a kind of a metallic luster to it, but it's really, but it's not shiny like the rest of it. So give that a go. If it doesn't look good, this part, I'm doing it down here because actually that would be really fairly easy to repaint a little bit later if it doesn't look good. It might not, you know, the jaw might just need to be a little bit shinier. But we'll see how that looks a little later. So what I want to do now, paint the inside of the, there, whatever, between the eyes and the frame. So I'm saving the white aluminum for the teeth. I haven't used just plain old aluminium yet. So that hasn't been shaken up in a good long time. But this will be you know, a good contrast with the dark aluminum. And then I'll redo the eyes and then do some teeth. can't tell. Put the texture in them. Use this for this little insert in here. The difference. So all of these. The area around the eye to be a lighter color than the frame around it. I managed to get a blot there. See, that seems to work okay. I didn't want to use the white aluminum because I'm saving that for the teeth. A very light color. This should provide enough of a color contrast. That works okay. And I want to paint the top of the eye socket thing, not the eye color, but this color. And then I'm going to retouch the eyes. Let that dry a little bit. So I'm going to do the teeth neck. And then we'll almost be done with the face. It'll be a good time to do a break after I get the teeth done and touch up the eyes. And I'll come back and I'll do these spikes a little bit later then. So these teeth, yeah, they shouldn't be too hard. I'll just need to be really careful not to get it too much on the dark spots. I'm going to have to come back again. I keep saying that. I'm going to have to come back and retouch up everything that I touched. But such is the way this works. Piece of brass here that I don't know. Could be brass and isn't. At it from a different angle, but everything looks different. Teeth. Do white aluminum. That's the same color I used on the bottom here. So these teeth are going to be pretty shiny. I'm just going to come at them from different angles, you know. So I rotate around until the teeth are painted. Like there's spots I missed with the aluminum color. Those are nice and shiny, sharp, metallic teeth. Oh yeah, let's touch the brush with the white aluminum onto the brass that we just painted, because, you know, nothing better than close to finishing something, making a mess of it, huh? Why not? Pretty good. I need to the brass that I just yeah, it's really important to you know, have the brush slip again and get it on the steel. And finally, to get around to the color you're planning to use, I'm going to touch up. I believe was the dark aluminum, which was the color that, you know, carried over from there. Spots, not so much that got painted over, but seem maybe to have been missed. Dull aluminum seems to, that works okay on the bottom of the jaw. It doesn't distract from anything. To touch up the eye color, oh yeah, I needed to paint the inside of the mouth that black again. Let me do the eye color first. Get the eyes. They're the most obvious thing. To go back and forth too many times, I can see here, you know, where the blue needs to be blue again. But it would go up on the outside of the rim with this color. Tiny little. This little spot. I just can't get the paint onto. There we go. Yep, a little bit too far. I have to come back at it. This side is not too bad. What we'll do is touch up the inside of the mouth, and then there's a bit here where I couldn't get the blue paint, and then I finally did. I got too much of it. There's a tiny spot that needs to be dark aluminum again. So, most of the problem is on the roof of the top of the mouth, which you can't see at all anyway, but you know, if you know it's there, you gotta fix it. Hi Roz D&D, thanks for being late. Thanks for joining. Look at the bottom. That's the part that shows, but it's actually didn't really get messed up at all. So there. So I just need to fix that little eye spot. Actually, maybe I should wait. Yeah, I'll just do it now. I'm just thinking that after I paint the spikes, I'll probably have to get the dark aluminum out again and fix the little spots around there, but just get to it right away, take care of the issue, and you don't have to worry about, oh, I'm done with this, and then you're not. That spot is just going to be a terror, isn't it? Okay, I need to wait for that to dry so I can put the blue back over it, where I just put the silver over the blue that I put over that I can't get to that spot. So we'll let that set for a bit. So these spikes, these decorative spikes, which are the last bits left on the hip, are going to be painted kind of I'm either going to paint it field blue, this really dark blue color that you can't see, field blue, kind of grayish blue, which is kind of a nice color, or I might just paint them medium blue, which will show blue a little more than the field blue, which is really pretty dark grayish color. So I'm going to start with the medium blue. And if it just doesn't look right, like I keep saying, if it doesn't look right, then we just will paint over it again. See if this, I don't know how many times I have to paint the back end of the right eyeball. You know? it just keeps taking the paint. It and it gets into the metallic too far. Blame the paint for being liquid enough right now. Just take some fresh stuff. You can see it from like one direction. There. You didn't get too much anywhere else. It's a little bit there. Catch up later when I do the, if I remember it, when I do the dark aluminum again. But it'd be good to be done with the head, because then I won't have to remember what color I used on anything anymore. So yeah, I'm going to use the medium blue. Looks really bright on the cap, but it dries nicely. And when I come back from break, I'm going to paint these spikes, and then I'm going to go all over the head again and check to see if there are any spots that need touching up. Inside of the mouth came out okay. The teeth look okay. Did I paint those? No. Somehow the top teeth on this side just don't look as shiny as they should be. I'm just going to paint them again. They should be like the bottom teeth. They should be shiny. It's almost like I missed them. Maybe I did. Maybe it's just the light. They look shiny on this side. Okay, well, there's that. Finally, just have to call that what it is, mostly done. So once I get the spikes done, that'll be the easy part. And I have to go to this whole body, and it's just all sorts of convoluted stuff. So it'll be interesting to decide how to paint some of this. Some of these things, like these pipes, the exhaust pipes, I might not even do metallic. This is the flame throwing thing. That's a canister for things that come out of his mouth. I'm going to touch that up. Yeah, I mean, there's just all sorts of stuff here. And that's just at the top. And then you look at the legs, and those are a mechanical menace. I'm not sure how all that's going to get done. And it's looking pretty okay. Up those spikes and then start on the body and then just figure out what colors I want these panels to be, whether I want to highlight the rivets or not. Like this part up here, this is part of like a boiler. That's definitely going to be steel. But then to contrast it, this pipe I might do that pipe in maybe a copper pipe. Why not? Okay, I do need to take a break. I will be back in like 10 minutes or so. Paint some spikes and then start in on the body work. See how that goes. Well, here I am back again. And what we're doing here is continuing to move forward with the mecha dinosaur here. Got I think the main body, the tail, this kind of thing with the copper attachments and the different colors of metallic worked out pretty well. The face looks okay. See the different tones. It shows up pretty well on camera. The different tones of metallics. Got some touching up. You can especially see it on camera. There's a little dot there where it's blue, where it should be that dark aluminum. There's dark aluminum. So this is dark aluminum, this is dura aluminum, this is light aluminum. What I'm going to do is paint these spikes now. These spikes are clearly decorative. I mean, that's all they are, is decorative. And I'm going to paint them not a metallic color, but a blue color that I hope will go along with the rest of it. And we'll see. Again, if it doesn't work out, it needs to be metallic. We'll play with that later. And then I'm going to start tackling the body. There's like a boiler underneath here, and then there's the bigger plates, and then there's rims around the plates. There's copper piping, there's exhaust ports. There's a container here that is designed, I believe, to empty out through the neck into the flamethrower. As I was thinking about it during break, I was realizing that just because there's all this detail doesn't mean that all of it has to be painted different contrasting colors. Clearly the piping will be. I think I'm going to do copper piping with brass fittings, maybe. That seems appropriate. That's how piping is often done. But some of these things, there's rivets. Not every rivet has to be painted. Not every spot on these belts needs to be painted. I've got a second color of copper. I think I'll use this second color of copper for this ink. And the rest of this will be the copper pipes with the brass fittings. These pipes I'm going to paint a dark gray color that I can wash on easily. And I might paint these little radiator things, contrasting color, maybe dark. And these big plates, we'll just paint these big plates, and the edging around here, these plates will be probably this dark aluminum color. That seems to work pretty well, and I'm going to use the aluminum to highlight the edging. But basically, this dark aluminum is going to be kind of the basic body color for this whole thing. It looks pretty good. This band around here. Anyway, we'll just start painting into it. We'll see how it ends up looking. But first, the spikes. Part of this painting of the mechasaur has been just experimenting with the different tones, metallic tones of the metallic paints that we got. And some are darker, some are lighter, some are a little shinier, some are not. Some are fairly indistinguishable from each other. spikes to be, something other than just another one of the metallics. But this is not a gaudy thing. I mean, this like a dinosaur as a machine. It's not like purples and reds and stuff. I don't think that whoever constructed it, other robots or people or whatever, would have wanted it to just look like kind of bright and almost silly. I think they wanted it to look, mechanical. That's what it is. And the embellishments and the decorations are pretty minimal. There are these spikes up here, and then this crest thing on the top. Bitty brush is really good for getting details, but it's not too terribly good for covering areas of the surface. So just plug away at it. I don't want to mess around with different brushes right now. I'm going to get this color on and then see how it looks. But, that's going to be okay. It's not real garish, but it just says, here is the decorative feature. And there's some spots where they're shiny metallic that probably would be looking better if it wasn't. So let's do the other side, see how that goes. We'll just keep rotating this and painting it and rotating it and painting it, coming back and touching it up. Getting this here. In some of these spots, it's almost impossible to get this. But, you do what you can to get it done. Get some paint on surfaces that people can see. Just going around. Sometimes the darker colors will leave spots, little white spots where the paint pulled away from the primer, didn't fully cover it, something like that. Oh, look at that. Turn it around and then see a spot right there where the blue is that it shouldn't be. That's the kind of thing where I might just grab the right color and paint it right away, because when I'm all done and I set it down and I say, oh, I forgot that. I know I need to use the dark aluminum touch up in a few spots. Bit under the eye here and there, but that's the white aluminum, and I need to get that sooner than later. So this spike goes closer here. Okay, yeah, I like the color contrasts among the metallics. That's looking okay. The spikes, yeah, they're understated. I mean, you can clearly see they're there. They're decorative, but they're not like bright green or something. That would be wrong. Do that. I mean, you get out the white aluminum. Tiniest little dot of this. Eyeball flaw here. It's really obvious and jumped out, and now I can't really see. So Where was it? There it is. There. These little bits here and there that just show up. So I'm going to go around on all of this again later. But what I'm going to do now is start tackling the body here. And what I'm going to do first is paint the top of the boiler. All these little crevices in here. And there's kind of this base boiler color kind of thing that goes around and in here. Around. I'm going to paint that steel. Because it's just, you know, it's just kind of a dark under thing. And the steel color is kind of that boiler color. It goes around here and around here and around the bottom. It's just the neck part here. Here, that's a band. It looks like it's kind of a belly plate that it actually extends on the other side around here. Up to the legs, except for this plate that's put over it here. So I'm going to paint all of that. And then I'm going to work on the copper piping with maybe the brass fittings. Here and here, and piping here and here. And then I'm going to paint these chimneys, these exhaust stacks. I'm actually going to paint like a gray, a neutral gray that will show the wash really well. Because they're exhaust stacks, they probably would have been painted anyway. Because just corrosion resistance or smoke resistance or something. And then the dark wash on it would show, you know, show up pretty well if I painted a gray color, like a neutral gray. If I painted dark gray, then the wash wouldn't show and you wouldn't see the shading as well. So these pipe fittings go up to here and here. This I'm going to be painting the alternate copper color. This is the bottle that holds something. There's almost like a dial on here, isn't there? It's almost like a pressure gauge. Although it doesn't make sense because the guy can't read his own pressure gauge. But there's a band around the bottle that might just be a brass band. Yeah, just like this here, I might just paint this circle, that brass color, and dark on the inside. So I'm just going to start doing it. I'm going to start with the steel color, and paint the base coat of the body, which is really kind of like a boiler. Paint on the brush. I'm using a pretty fine brush because I have to get in there, get underneath all of this stuff. I'm going to get paint on other places, on part of these plates and things, but I'm not too concerned about that because those are going to be painted another color, some sort of aluminum-based color. You want to get underneath here and all around these. Just do one side, and then you'll see how it looks. But I think making the base color this dark steel, maybe I should read, it isn't steel, it's silver. That's why it's not dark. There. I'm going to start on the other side now because I have to let that dry before I can paint over it. Okay, let's start again. We will start the narrative over. I'm going to be painting the inside of this, the main body, this dark steel color, because that's structurally, it's like a boiler. It's going to have to hold the pressure and the amount of whatever is driving this thing. And it's not like the armor plating. It's a different kind of metal. It's a very strong metal that forms that. And I'm going to kind of get underneath here. These are going to be copper pipes because piping can be copper. And I'll probably put brass fittings on them because that's kind of a thing too. And this underbody wraps around the front of the dyno here. Like this. And then there's some of this armor stuff is held on by strapping, which will be a different color. So basically what I want to do is paint this without getting it all over everything. I can get it on this part because that's going to get painted over. I don't want to get it all over everything else. So, and and the darker underneath that'll look pretty decent too. When I put the contrasting colors over it. Painting around will be basically the collar. The steel is a good dark color, and it will hopefully emphasize like the strength of the underlying mechanism of the dinosaur here. Whereas these plates around it, I mean, that's sort of holding it together, but we can act as those are kind of like armor plates, armor plating rather than an integral part of the structure. Paint the part that I painted wrong. Little nooks and crannies and crevices. Kind of inserts here, like an inset inside. So I get into that. Okay, and then it also shows on the top here. This is like the very top of the whole thing. So that's going to be the steel color. And like I said, I'm going to paint the exhaust pipes a gray color. They would be like painted with heat-resistant paint rather than bare metal. And it'll be a lighter gray, so that the black wash that will show the smudging from the exhaust will show up on it. If I painted them a darker gray, then I wouldn't be able to use a wash to show aging and weathering and sort of thing. Try to keep it more or less on camera. Paint the band around the bottom. Feel at the moment. I might paint that the same gray color later, but then again, it might just be a band on the bottom holding the whole thing together. Again, on the bottom is exhaust port. Paint over it. You can see there's just a little band there where it just kind of sticks up out of it. And I think that should be this color, part of the support structure of it. Okay, so that's the top of it. See little riveting details, like that. Pipes will be copper piping with brass fittings here and here and here. Banding here, and do this a different color. The bottom, though, the bottom is steel also. This is part. You can see the band there. So clearly, this is part of the underbody. Do it. See, there's a plate on it. The leg just covers this up completely on this side, so like there's much I can do about it, but between there and there, the body shows. The legs are attached to it, so they're not part of it. And this plate just sort of wraps around like that. I'm painting over the rivets on the edge of the plate. Again, over and over again. You can always paint back to it. Make sure that it's covered in this color. And then I can just paint that plate with another color. And then the body, it comes around the legs here up to these plates, and it's got these band back here in the back. I'm not sure what that's all about. It may be like the support bands that need to be painted a different color. I'm going to paint over them right now because I'm not really quite sure what I'll end up doing with them. It looks like their support wraps around there that will probably need to be painted something different. Getting the base of the boiler body in. Get that done first. Yeah, that's pretty nice under there, actually. So what I'm thinking of doing is with these body plates is that I'm going to paint them with a dark aluminum color like that, and then just use regular aluminum, paint the edges around them. Some of these things like radiators, I might just paint black. That's basically pretty much what they are. It's radiators. So a lot of this, except for the banding, that I'll be painting a lighter color just to highlight it. No, will be painted one color. And this back here, I'm not sure. We'll see what that goes. I'm going to paint the top of it first now. So we're done with this steel. And I'm going to get the light gray color and paint the exhaust pipes that color. They're going to look really dull. They're not going to look very nice at all, particularly. But then the black wash will make it look like they're streaked with soot. That will come out okay now. I'm rotating this around as I attempt to paint down to, but not over, the band that's holding this on. And again, this is just going to look pretty bland, pretty blah, until we get the wash on it. But the wash will bring it alive and make it look used. And I can't really get that effect that I want with just one of the metallics that will be doing it this way. A really nice print. It's even got little louvers there that will show up with the wash. I need to prop my hand up to keep this work steady. I need to get my little finger in the paint so that I can smudge it on something else and not notice it until later. Weather's beautiful. It's sunny. It's like moderate temperatures, a little bit of a breeze, but whatever pollen decided to explode last night really exploded well. Ended up choking and snoring and waking myself up. All those gray, and we'll use the wash to make that look sooty because of exhaust. Let's see. This one, that little band on the bottom is not as well defined as it is on the other pipes, so we'll just guess where it is. It's a lot clearer on this side than it was on the outside. When this dries, you get this kind of a matte finish. You can see that if I put the wash on, it'll make it a little bit glossier, and I'll be able to show the soot stains that streak up and down and around the top. Okay, so I'm done with that bit. Do the copper pipe. I'll be using the same copper as I used for the bands, the strapping on the side here. Do that. Wherever it went, there it is. Put all of copper already in it. So I'm going to have to put out a little bit of a drop. I really don't need too terribly much. So yeah, copper piping, that's what you use. And then I'm going to try to do the fittings in brass. We'll see how that goes. But we'll get the copper pipe first. Right over where the fittings are going to be. That will be a painting over thing. And there's a little bit of piping here. You hard to see where it ends. It just it doesn't go all the way to the end. It just ends there. So I'll try not to paint over it too much because I don't want to lose the demarcation. It's kind of tucked up under whatever this band is here that's holding it all together in the back. So there's, you know, you can see where the brass fittings are going to go, and I'm going to touch those in later. There's the brass. This, I said I'm going to paint this the other color, the other copper. And then I think that'll be okay. It's kind of a reddish color. It's a little less metallic. We'll see how that looks. I mean, I could paint it just a color. It's got, like, these are brass fittings and a brass band with a little thing on the top. And I could just paint it, I don't know, gray or something, but I think I'm tempting to paint it red because it holds the fuel for the plane. But I'm not sure that would work. So let's try this stuff. I haven't used this in a long time. Haven't really liked it that much, but we'll see how it looks on that. You put it in the tray, you can see that it's a darker reddish kind of color compared to the color from the piping. That might be okay. You know, we talked about painting it red anyway, right? So why not this reddish copper kind of color? There's these brass fittings and bands that you can see a little better when I paint up to them. I don't know what to do about that. I'm just going to make that part of the canister. You know, you can just, at some point, you just start putting way too many colors on something, especially mechanical like this. And it just starts to look like that Court Jester did when I painted that. And that's not the effect I'm going for here. I'm looking for, you know, the whole thing being very, very metallic. Like variations in coloration. I want the colors to be, you know, make sense in terms of the construction of the thing, too. Other than the spikes on the front, I don't see that there's really any other decorative features on this beast. Looks like it was pretty much, you know, a mechanical device, and you just put it together with mechanical pieces. You know, it makes sense that the pipe was copper. It makes sense that the fittings are brass. So you get your color variation there. It makes sense that this would be a different kind of metal than maybe anything else on the model, because this is the tank that holds the fuel for the flame breath. I'm just trying to do things that, you know, look interesting, but also that make sense in terms of the construction of this thing. Everybody really, I mean, you all know how mecha dinosaurs are supposed to be constructed. I would want to do something that was just too far from mecha dinosaur canon. Yeah, that gray didn't cover too well on some of these spots, so I have to touch that up again. But that that color's not too bad. It's a little orangish on camera compared to what I'm seeing. But I think that works. Now, what I'm concerned about is I do these brass fittings, here and here and there and there. There's a strap that comes across that is not part of the fitting. And the pipe goes into it. That's just a strap. And I'm tempted to just paint that one of the this dark aluminum color that I'm using kind of for the body armor. Doesn't make sense for it to be copper like pipe. It doesn't make sense for it to be this color. It doesn't make sense for it to be brass like the brass fittings. I'm just going to paint it black. Well, I know it could be like a leather strap or something. I would paint it black if I could find it. There it is. This broadcast getting really gummed up. Or why that is. It's like it leaks from the inside or something. Okay, there's hardly any of the color, but it doesn't make sense for it to be any of the other colors that everything else is going to be. So we're just going to paint it black and let the brass fittings go up to it. And that tones down like the inside of the mouth to a pretty nice dark grayish. Wow, that paint. I managed to touch that and this made a huge mess. Got a little impatient with next color and made a mess that needs to be touched up in a huge way. See that? Just rubbed the paint right off. So that's pretty much where that strap is on that side. It's harder to see on this side. Okay, when I'm done with this, I'm gonna have to clean my hands or something. It's just touching it on spots that weren't painted, but it's obviously gone. So yeah, I managed to rub off almost all of that copper color. This jar later. I'm just going to use a different brush here for a second and find it again. Guess I'm not. Can't find it. But it's still liquid enough to allow me to repaint the thing that I unpainted. Careful. Definitely need to touch up the gray because I managed to get yeah, so the black on the strap kind of looks okay. It unfortunately didn't cover terribly well, so I need to pull it out. See these little spots? That happens sometimes, I find, with the darker colors. So I'm going to be going back and forth here several times, touching up all the spots that needed to be touched up because I touched them wrong. I'll start with the gray because I'll start with the black because I'm just putting it inside areas that are already that color. Again, just those dots there that didn't get the color. Probably a little bit of texture in there that just kept it from getting painted. I'm going to get the gray out and touch up those exhaust ports. Then I'm going to get the brass out and do the brass fittings on the pipes and the straps and then the dial. And then I'm going to start to paint the major pieces of the body armor. This is pretty much all just one color. I think I'll just do that. And then I'm going to highlight some of the little radiators and controls and banding on it. But otherwise, I think, if I tried to paint this like 3 different colors, this different color than that, I mean, why would this be a different piece of metal than that? It's not. It's the same metal. It's just wrapped around the top of the leg. And this banding would be the same. So yeah, I'm just going to paint that this basic dark aluminum color. And then use a light aluminum to highlight some of the edges. Otherwise, it's kind of overdoing it. And then these, this will be a fixture, maybe those are brass on the other side. And then these I'm going to paint this black color because they're radiators. There isn't too much of the black anywhere else, so it won't look weird. Okay. Get the gray out. Touch up those exhaust stacks. That didn't take the paint before that need to be painted. That big blot of alternate copper that I put on, and it shouldn't be there. And then these brass fittings are pretty tiny, and so I might slop over, so I end up coming back with the copper and the black and whatever, very likely to touch up, especially like here where it didn't go quite right. So we'll do one more check of the gray, and we'll get the brass out again. Brass fittings on the copper pipes. Yeah, that other color, copper color, that came out okay. I mean, that looks, for the tank, that looks okay. Okay. Near the end when I'm tired. Almost guaranteed. This is almost guaranteed to be a mess. Let's start with this one. Pretty good against the copper. It looks like plumbing, which is what it is. This little bezel thing up on the top. Get the outside of it. I'm going to paint the inside a different color. So I'll just slap that into it. Get the outside more clean. And you see there's a little black there that needs to be touched up later. Painted over, I mean, there's black where it shouldn't be. Okay. So there's that's what it looks like with the brass fittings. You know, it's a little subtle, but it actually shows up better on camera than it does here. And I didn't want it to be real garish or anything. I just wanted it to look like plumbing, and that's how it turned out. Look at this dial. I'm going to do this dial in kind of a light color. I'm not sure what it is. It's not a hinge like that. No, I painted that dark. It's more like a gauge. So I'm just going to paint that like white aluminum or something. Just going to look around and see, you know, what's painted, what isn't, what needs a little touch up. There's a little white spot there that needs the red copper. Just do that right away. I'm just going to touch it up from the tip of the bottle here. I don't need very much. It's a tiny, tiny little spot where the black strap, you can barely see it, but it's right there. Needs to be just touched up, and that is now touched. There's a spot there that needs to be repainted. Yeah, that actually looks okay, that tank. It's not like there's thousands of different colors anymore. It looks like a tank that's being held on by straps with brass fittings and copper pipes. That's satisfactory. And then there's a spot on the black that is still a white dot. So being OCD-ish about it, just grab this again. And that spot right there, really, it sticks out. That dot is undotted. Okay. The gray's touched up. The copper looks decent. What I'm going to do, since there's a little time left, is I'm going to put the base coat in on the upper armor. Mainly a single color. Just, wow, this thing is just really gummed up. I'm going to do it in a single color and then do a little accenting on the edges here. The radiators, the fittings, that kind of thing. I'm not going to do these are radiators, these are radiators. That's just a band that it's painted that color. I'm not going to do multiple colors on it. It would just be, I think, it would just start looking silly. So basically this whole thing is going to get painted. So I'm going to use a little brush to paint around like the pipes up here and the edges and that sort of thing all around the edges. And then I will use a bigger brush then to just fill it all in. And I'm not sure if it'll dry enough to do the detail work yet. It's only like 10 minutes or so, but I think there's enough time to get this started. And I like this color. This dark aluminum looks really good for the basic armor. And so I'm going to bind it and just start painting the demarcation lines and the edges. The little detail-y stuff, the little bitty things like this, you know, where it just has to be done kind of right, or else it makes a mess. Down into the chasm, into the dark color underneath. this. See, yeah, it's mostly on camera. It kind of comes up in baths. I'm just going to keep working on all this little demarcation edge work. And I might even do more with the little brush because I haven't been able to find my big brush. Not a really big brush, but it's a bigger brush that covers a little more area a little more easily. Ended up being somewhere where I don't know where it is. Weird, huh? Kind of annoying. Really used it except for undercoat on the bottom or something. Definitely this spreads pretty nicely even with the little brush. Even though the little brush isn't the best for covering larger areas, it's, you know, it's what I need to be doing right here. Copper pipe looks pretty decent against this color. Finish painting this thing. The radiators will be painted. I'll paint those black later when I get this paint in between those so that it's covered. Yeah, and as I'm doing this, you can get an idea then of how that will look, which is not bad. So I'll do this bit here. Like I said, I'm probably going to do a lighter aluminum color around the edges, just so that, you know, since they were so nicely printed, I might as well highlight them. I'm going to paint along the tops. Let's see if I can do that along the top. This is actually quite a bit lighter than the steel that's underneath, and so it will show pretty well. And this plate is laid on top of it, so it should be the color of the plate and not the color of the steel underneath. And of course, then I'm going to paint it a lighter aluminum, so I'm really wasting my time doing that anyway, but what can I say? Yeah, I'm going to be painting that banding a different color anyway, so I'm just not, now that I've learned my lesson, I'm just not going to bother painting it anymore, because that's going to be a different color. Do this bit on this side then. And here where it does make contact. And that lighter banding is going to go down there. So I don't need to worry about that. I'll just be doing a lot of touch-up back and forth when I get to it. But I want to get this base coat in so that we can see what it will start to look like when I get to to doing the painting of it. Probably next time. This little triangular thing here. And again, I'm tempted to paint up to that, but that's all going to be that other color, the lighter color. So I don't really need to do much of anything. I should really, other than, I think I'm going to do this little base chest plate in this color, because it likely should be made out of the same material as the rest of the armor. It just happens to be down here for some reason. Probably some sort of maintenance hatch for the underside of whatever needs to be maintained under there. But this doesn't have any of that kind of what will become decorative banding on it, so I can just paint it. Okay, well, let's see, I think, yeah, I really just need to find that bigger brush, because there's a lot of surface area that needs to be covered right now. And then I can finish up for the day with that. So weird. It's one of the brushes I've been using most frequently. There it is. Okay. So what I'm doing here is pretty much just covering a fairly large surface area with this dark aluminum color, which will be the base coat color for the bulk of what we see here as the body armor. Keeping in mind that this trim, these ridges here with the rivets on them, are going to be painted lighter color, and that the radiators here will be black, and that these fittings will likely be copper, probably. So what I should be doing is I would be going down around here and very carefully painting that demarcation line, but there's no point in doing that because that's a different color. So we're just going to paint this body armor color base coat in. Underneath the leg here, because that's made out of the same metal. Yeah, so it'd be pretty much this color, but just imagine that these would be highlighted around the edges where the rivets are. Okay, and that some of these, like doodads, fittings, radiators, whatever, would be painted different colors. So I'll do this to the other side. The little dial thing there, I don't know what that'll be. There's the radiator, so we know what that'll be. And paint underneath. the leg, and up to where the lighter color will be. Paint all of that so that you can kind of see, you know, even though that those highlights will be covered up later, be painted. I'm painting it this color so it doesn't just look scattered, so it looks a little more finished, and it'll just make it easier to paint that stuff later too. Look under here, that's all part of the riveted part, so it's not getting painted right now. Yeah, this went faster with this brush, that's for sure. Okay, well, so we've got a dinosaur here. That's a mecha dinosaur. That's, oh, I don't know. The legs are really intricate. We'll see how that goes a little later. But I'd say this is probably, what, like 60% finished now? At least in terms of base coating. Again, I hope it won't look silly, but you know, I just want to emphasize the banding. The print that went out of the way to create that kind of banding on it, so I might as well do something to highlight it. We got this little access hatch, maintenance access hatch painted, and you know, it's a decent contrast with the steel color. You see the contrast color there. So again, what I'm going to be doing on this part of the body is highlighting the riveted edges and, you know, painting up to the steel as much as I can. Be painting these radiators black, and then probably doing some touch up, getting this painted underneath here because it looks like it isn't. And then these, you know, some sort of fitting there that is bolted on. So it might be like this up here, where it's a brass fitting with a dial or something on the inside. And then the same thing here, where there's a brass bezel with a dial or something on the inside. And so this one up here will be the same. I'm going to paint that a lighter color. Maybe just white aluminum, but since I'm going to do that on these spots as well, I'm going to wait. So yeah, I'm moving along very slowly, obviously, because I'm trying to decide colors, doing different textures, doing little touch-ups. So, what do you think? Shiny. I like the way the pipes with the brass fittings came out. That looks pretty decent. And I think this will look good with a little highlighting and with these little special features touched up. Without doing like anything major. This is just part of the banding. The dark steel underbody, which you can see at the top especially, contrasts pretty well with the shininess, including like underneath here. And then the legs will be another challenge. The challenge there is going to be to try to not do like 1,000 different colors on every single fitting. I think it's important to just sort of decide, you know, what should be different colors. Like here, that's like a hydraulic fitting, like a airplane landing gear kind of thing. So that part here needs to be really shiny, so that would probably be painted like chrome, whereas this would be the darker armor color. And some of these features, like nut and a bolt aren't necessarily different colors. They're just, I just want to emphasize them. So, but probably just paint that all one color and then highlight it with a wash. There are some sort of decorative features on the legs. There are these like bands here and a little medallion thing on the front. And those should probably be painted, why not paint it the same color as the spikes maybe, because that's the decorative feature color. And some touching up around the eyes, back and forth. And, it was just hard to get that paint quite right. The eyes look really big on screen. I'm not sure why. I mean, they don't look that way. They look fine this way, but they look big there. But that might be okay too. Anyway, yeah. So next steps after this dries, and I come back next time, will be to paint the riveted edges. We'll just act as though that's like an extra band of metal that's riveted on to hold it, to paint the radiators black, to paint these dials brass with a white aluminum dial in the middle. And then do touch-ups. There's little spots, like there's a spot here where brass got on the gray. You can just see it there. Comes some spots on the spikes that didn't get covered in the paint quite right. But otherwise, there's, if I can get it on camera, it seems to be coming along kind of okay, yeah. And then the legs, the thing about the legs is to try to not overdo it. All of these mechanical things probably can be highlighted with wash instead of trying to touch up everything, although some of them, like the actuators, like I said, need to do chrome where the hydraulic bits come apart. Nice shiny spiky things. So achy back. There's the top view. You'll see the plumbing. Face view. Should these spikes be painted that blue? I bet they probably should be. Those are decorative spikes. So let me try to remember to paint those. No, I won't remember. I'm just going to paint them now. So I go about 10 minutes over here. But if I don't paint them now, then that's the kind of thing I'll end up forgetting. And then I'll forget it. And then... So yeah, these little spikes I forgot all about are a decorative feature on the face of the dinosaur. And they will be painted this blue color, which is the decorative color, not only here, but also on the decorative bits on the legs. The decorative accent color of the mecha dinosaur. It has one decorative accent color. And that is this nice grayish blue color. Nice. Well, we'll be doing touch-up later. And then we'll touch it with some up when I do touch-up. Yeah, it looks like I spotted it right on the nose. How could I? Oh well, what happens when you get near the end, right? Get tired, start losing focus, mentally and in terms of eyes. Just wait for it to dry, do it later. Can't wait. Gotta do it now. Gotta get rid of that little blue blotch. Much better. No, it's not blue blotched. Ta-da! The dino, 60% done. Finish the trim, finish the radiators, finish the fittings, and then tackle the legs. But otherwise, fierce. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna go try to de-allergize a little bit. Got to see the use of our new palette. That was pretty cool. Instead of little cuffs, we'll see how it cleans up. So again, thank you very much. Appreciate you dropping in and watching the relaxing show of painting a mecha dino, a MECHA RAPTOR. Partially done. Got to use all sorts of experiments with the metallic paints that we've got. And I kind of like the effect. So, on Monday, let's see, Nikki will be with you on Monday. Nikki will be painting, I believe, like a really big snail, like a snail that could eat the mecha raptor. Just slime right over it and absorb it somehow, however snails eat. But that should be pretty fun because you can just use a whole lot of interesting colors on that. We even got some pearlescent paint. If she's really adventurous, she might give that a try on parts of the shell, because shells can sometimes be pearlescent. And then I will likely be back then on Wednesday. I'm not sure. We have to go to the memorial service on Wednesday, and I think that overlaps with the painting, so I might not be back until a week from now to resume work on MECHA RAPTOR. Thank you. Bye.